Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver threads trembled beneath Thaelioth's fingers as the vision seized him, towers of crystal shattering, mountains crumbling into dust, the very sky tearing open like fabric rent by an unseen hand. His loom, carved from the heartwood of a 1,000-year-old silverleaf tree, seemed to vibrate with an ancient sorrow as the prophecy wove itself into existence through his unwilling hands. In the hallowed weaving chambers of Lumenniath, the eternal city of the High Elves, Thaelioth Lightfingers was both blessed and cursed. His tapestries captured not just beauty, but glimpses of what was yet to come. Fragments of possibility that danced at the edges of time. This latest vision, however, surpassed all others in its terrible clarity. Again. You bring darkness to our sacred halls, spoke Elder Selenial, her ageless face betraying the slightest tremor of fear as she gazed upon the tapestry. The Council of 7 branches had gathered, their silver circlets gleaming in the soft light filtered through canopies of living leaves that formed the ceiling of the chamber. But this is the third vision of destruction you have woven this moon cycle. Thaelioth's luminescent eyes, the pale blue of a winter sky, remained fixed upon his creation. It comes clearer each time. Elder, the end approaches. Nonsense, declared Ferraniel, the war leader whose armor bore the marks of 1,000 battles against the darkness. Your gift has turned to madness, Weaver. The realm of the Lumenniath has stood for 10,000 years and will stand for 10,000 more. But Thaelioth knew the truth that hid behind the ancient splendor of his people. Their immortality was not without cost. Their memories stretched back only so far before fading into legend and myth. There were gaps in their histories, inconsistencies in their oldest songs. Something lurked beneath the perfect surface of elven remembrance. I must journey to the Whispering Archives, Thaelioth announced, his slender fingers tracing the pattern of destruction that had flowed unbidden from his loom. The archives are forbidden to all but the circle of memory, countered Selenial. Then I shall be forbidden, replied Thaelioth, gathering the prophecy tapestry and folding it with reverent care. For if what I have seen comes to pass, there will be nothing left to forbid or allow. Far beneath the surface world, in the endless network of tunnels and caverns that comprise the dwarven kingdom of Khazak-Dur, Gorrim True Chisel worked her pick with practiced precision. The other miners had long since abandoned this particular vein as unproductive, but Gorrim's instincts told her otherwise. The stone spoke to her in ways it did not speak to others, a gift that had earned her as much suspicion as respect among her clan. The pick struck something that rang like a bell, sending a shiver through the handle and up Gorrim's sturdy arms. Light bloomed in the darkness, not the warm amber glow of gold or the cold blue glint of mithril, but something entirely different. A crystalline formation pulsed with an inner radiance that shifted through colors no dwarf had names for. By the Forge Father's hammer, Gorrim whispered, her breath fogging in suddenly chill air. As her calloused fingers touched the crystal, images flooded her mind, not of the future but of the past. She saw the great hall of Khazak-Dur as it had been, and then she saw it fall. Mountains collapsing, the eternal forges extinguished, dwarven warriors crushed beneath tons of rock as something vast and terrible stirred deep below. And then, impossibly, she saw the kingdom rebuilt, different yet the same, only to fall again, and again, and again. Gorrim staggered back, dropping her pick with a clatter that echoed through the empty tunnel. The visions receded, but the crystal continued its hypnotic pulse. With trembling hands, she extracted it from the rock and wrapped it in a square of oiled leather. The elders would need to know of this discovery. But something told Gorrim that bringing this crystal to the Dáin would lead only to disaster. The stone had shown her fragments of a cycle, a terrible pattern repeating itself across ages, and somehow she knew this was not the first time she had discovered it. The borderlands between the elven forests and the dwarven mountains were a place of mist and legend, avoided by the common folk of both races. Ancient standing stones carved with symbols from a forgotten age dotted the landscape, half swallowed by creeping vines and stubborn scrub. It was here that fate conspired to bring Thaelioth and Gorrim together. The elf had been traveling for 7 days, having slipped away from Lumeniath under cover of night with his forbidden tapestry and the oldest scrolls he could steal from the outermost ring of the archives. The dwarf had journeyed for 5, avoiding the main roads and well-traveled tunnels, the crystal hidden within a specially constructed box that muffled its strange energies. They spotted each other across a mist-shrouded valley at dawn. The tall, ethereal figure of the elf and the stocky, resolute form of the dwarf, each immediately recognizing the other as their ancient enemy. Thaelioth's hand went to the slender blade at his hip, while Gorrim's fingers closed around the haft of her warhammer. But before either could advance or retreat, the ground beneath them shuddered. A keening wail rose from the very stones of the valley, and the mist began to swirl with purpose, forming shapes that moved with terrible intent. "Wraiths!" cried Thaelioth, drawing his blade, which gleamed with a light that pushed back the encroaching tendrils of mist. "Mist-walkers!" growled Gorrim in the same moment, her hammer now glowing with runes that had activated at the presence of the threat. Back to back, they found themselves, ancient racial enmity momentarily forgotten in the face of a common foe. The wraiths closed in, tattered remnants of souls caught between cycles, Thaelioth would later realize, hissing with the anger of the forgotten. It was during this desperate battle that something extraordinary happened. As Gorrim's hammer swept through a wraith, causing it to disperse momentarily, Thaelioth's blade cut through the same space, trailing elven light magic. The two enchantments met, twisted together, and suddenly both warriors found themselves experiencing each other's visions. Thaelioth saw the endless cycle of destruction and rebirth from the perspective of the stone. Gorrim witnessed the tapestry of future catastrophe through the threads of fate. Both staggered under the weight of understanding that crashed over them like a tidal wave. The wraiths retreated, shrieking from the unexpected surge of power. "You've seen it too," Thaelioth gasped, turning to face the dwarf with new eyes. Gorrim nodded, her weathered face pale beneath her braided beard. "The end, and the beginning." "Over and over again, we're caught in a loop," the elven weaver said, gazing at the distant mountains with newfound understanding. "The world has ended before, many times. And each time it's reborn," Gorrim added, "with us in it, making the same mistakes." They made camp that night beneath one of the ancient standing stones, its weathered surface revealing new details under their combined scrutiny. Symbols that had seemed meaningless to generations of elven scholars and dwarven runesmiths suddenly spoke clearly to Thaelioth and Gorrim. "It's a calendar," murmured Thaelioth, his fingers tracing patterns that matched certain constellations in his tapestry, marking the time between endings. "And a warning," Gorrim added, recognizing shapes that matched the crystalline formations she had discovered. Look here, this shows the catalyst. As they pooled their knowledge, Thaelioth's stolen fragments of elven history and Gorrim's deep understanding of dwarven myth, a pattern emerged. Every 12,000 years, when specific stars aligned, a cosmic force threatened to unmake reality itself, and each time, at the last moment, a new pattern would form, saving fragments of the world, but resetting the cycle. Our peoples remember only fragments, Thaelioth said, spreading his tapestry beneath the starlight. We think ourselves ancient and wise, but we are merely echoes, repeating the same story. Gorrim nodded, unwrapping her crystal. The dwarves believe we were born from stone at the dawn of time. Perhaps that is true, but not the dawn we remember. When the crystal touched the woven threads of the tapestry, both artifacts resonated with power. Images flashed before them, clearer now, more complete. They saw the complete cycle unfold, from creation to destruction and back again. And they saw something else. Two figures, one tall and one short, standing at the nexus point each time, making the same choice. By the eternal grove, whispered Thaelioth, it's us. It's always been us. Or those who came before us, who were us, Gorrim said, her practical mind struggling with the metaphysical implications. We've done this before, the elf continued, his voice hollow with realization. We've discovered this before, we've tried to prevent it before, and failed, the dwarf finished grimly. And every single time, their journey over the following weeks took them to places forgotten by both their peoples, ruins that predated the oldest elven songs, caverns deeper than any dwarven expedition had mapped. Everywhere they found evidence of previous cycles, previous civilizations risen and fallen, and gradually something unprecedented happened. The elf and the dwarf began to trust one another. Thaelioth, raised on tales of dwarven greed and brutishness, discovered in Gorrim a wisdom and integrity that matched any elven sage. Gorrim, taught from childhood that elves were flighty and arrogant, found in Thaelioth a steadfastness and humility that would honor a dwarven thane. Perhaps this is the difference, Gorrim suggested one evening, as they camped beside the ruins of a temple that seemed to incorporate both elven and dwarven architectural elements. Perhaps in previous cycles, we never truly cooperated. Thaelioth nodded, weaving a small tapestry by firelight, incorporating threads from Gorrim's cloak for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. Our peoples have always stood apart, even when allied, separate but parallel paths, like the strands of your tapestry, the dwarf observed, together, yet never truly intersecting. It was this insight that led them to their final discovery, in a chamber half buried beneath a mountain that had no name in either of their tongues. There, inscribed on walls of a material neither had ever seen before, was the complete story and the solution. The cosmic force that threatened their world was neither malevolent nor benevolent. It simply was. Like a tide that rose and fell, it came to cleanse and renew. But the pattern that formed after each destruction, the pattern that preserved fragments of the world rather than allowing complete oblivion, that pattern was created by the combined magic of elves and dwarves, working together yet separately. We've been creating a temporary solution, Thaelioth realized, a patch, not a permanent fix. Because we never truly understood each other, Gorrim added, running her fingers over inscriptions that showed dwarven runes flowing into elven script and back again in an endless circle. The chamber contained one final revelation, a device, ancient beyond reckoning, with two spaces clearly meant for the tapestry and the crystal. When they placed their artifacts into these receptacles, The entire chamber hummed with power. A vision manifested between them, a complete tapestry of possibility, showing what must be done to break the cycle once and for all. One of them would have to remain, becoming part of the new pattern that would form. Not a reset this time, but a true healing of the cosmic wound. The other would return to their people, carrying the memory of what had happened, ensuring that elves and dwarves would finally learn the truth of their shared destiny. "I will stay," they both said simultaneously, then looked at each other in surprise that quickly melted into understanding. After a moment of silence, Thaelioth spoke again. "Your people need you, Gorrim. You understand stone and permanence in ways I never could." "You will ensure the dwarves remember, and your people need your vision, Thaelioth," countered Gorrim. "You see patterns where others see only threads. You will make the elves understand." In the end, it was not nobility or self-sacrifice that decided, but practicality. The device required elven magic to complete the transformation, magic that flowed through Thaelioth's very being. He would remain, becoming part of the pattern that would save their world not just for another cycle, but for all time. Their farewell was brief but profound, hands clasped in a grip that bridged millennia of separation. "Tell them," Thaelioth said, already beginning to shimmer with the light of transformation. "And I tell them we were never meant to be apart. I will weave your story into the very stone of our mountains," Gorrim promised, tears tracking through the dust on her weathered face. "No dwarf will ever forget." As the chamber filled with blinding light, Gorrim felt herself being transported away, the crystal now fused permanently to her hammer. When the light faded, she found herself standing at the border between their lands. Behind her, the mountain that had housed the ancient chamber was transformed. Half of it now resembled a massive tree, its stone branches reaching toward the sky, its roots plunging deep into the earth. In the seasons that followed, as the stars shifted into their fateful alignment, no catastrophe came. The cosmic tide rose but found a new channel, one created not by separate magics working in parallel, but by true union. And when Gorrim finally returned to Khazad-dûr, she carried with her not just the truth of what had happened, but a gift, threads from Thaelioth's final tapestry, woven with dwarvish runes that told of a future where the children of stone and the children of starlight would forge a single path together. In the grand hall of the Dwarven King, beneath the eternal flame of the ancestor forge, Gorrim unfolded her tale. And for the first time in uncounted cycles, the pattern began to change. Story 2. The ancient trees of the primeval forest stood as silent sentinels, their massive trunks wider than 10 men could encircle with joined hands. Dappled moonlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting enchanted patterns upon the forest floor where Lorindel's silent foot moved like a whisper through the undergrowth. Her steps made no sound. Not the crack of a twig nor the rustle of a leaf betrayed her passage, for she was of the Nightshade clan, guardians of the forest's edge for 10,000 years. The air carried an unfamiliar scent this night, stone dust and metal, the unmistakable odor of a dwarf, far from the mountain homes of his kind. Such a trespass had not occurred in living memory. Even during the Great War, when blood soaked the borderlands between their realms, no dwarf had dared venture into the heart of elven territory. Lorindel's fingers brushed the silver bark of an ancient moonwood tree, drawing strength from its quiet magic as she tracked the intruder. Her keen eyes, violet as twilight and capable of seeing the very pulse of life in all things, followed the trail of disturbed energy that marked the dwarf's passage. No ordinary dwarf could have come so far without alerting the forest wards, which meant this one carried powerful magic indeed. She found him in a small clearing, collapsed against the exposed roots of a grandfather oak. Blood matted his russet beard, and the ornate runes on his stone hammer glowed with a pulsing blue light that matched the rhythm of his labored breathing. His armor, once magnificent, lay in shattered pieces around him, as though something had tried to tear him apart. Lorindel notched an arrow to her starlight bow, the weapon singing softly in anticipation. One shot would end whatever threat this dwarf presented. One shot would fulfill her oath to protect the forest. The dwarf's eyes opened, eyes the color of amber flecked with gold, and fixed upon her with surprising clarity for one so wounded. "You must be Nightshade clan," he rasped, his voice like stones grinding together. "The forest chose well. I am Durgan Runic Hammer, last of the Ironheart clan, and I bring warning, the seals are failing." The arrow remained steady in Lorindel's grip, but something in the dwarf's tone gave her pause. "What seals do you speak of, Stone Child? What business have you in the realm of the Silverheart?" Durgan's laugh was more a cough, flecks of blood staining his beard further. "Silverheart, of course, and we are Ironheart. Never did our ancestors lack for poetry when naming the guardians." With trembling hands, he reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew a crystalline tablet etched with runes so ancient that even Lorindel, versed in the oldest tongues of her people, could not decipher them. "The containment runes in the deep places are failing," Durgan continued. "The world devourer stirs in its prison. I'm the last of my clan. All others fell defending the final seal chamber. I was sent to find our counterparts, though many believed you to be mere legend." Lorindel lowered her bow a fraction. "I know of no world devourer, dwarf. Your delirium speaks through you. Your elders lie," Durgan said simply, "as do ours. The truth is kept from all but the guardian bloodlines, and even we are told only half the tale. But look." He pressed his palm against the crystal, which flared with golden light. Instantly, the clearing was filled with a projection of immense underground caverns where massive stone pillars carved with runes stretched from floor to ceiling. At the center stood a dais, upon which rested half of a circular seal, its edge jagged as though broken. "This is the chamber of containment, deep beneath the iron peaks. For 10,000 years, my clan has maintained the dwarven half of the Great Seal, but 3 nights ago, shadow creatures unlike any seen before breached our defenses. They slaughtered everyone, my father, brothers, cousins, all gone." He waved his hand, and the projection changed to show a massacre. Dwarven warriors fought valiantly against writhing shadows that seemed to devour light itself. Durgan looked away from the images, his face hardened with grief. "The seal requires both halves to be rejoined when the conjunction of the 3 moons occurs," he continued. "Without it, the world devourer will break free and consume all living things, dwarf, elf, human, and beast alike." Lorindel finally lowered her bow completely, ancient teachings stirring in her memory. "The eldest matriarchs sometimes spoke in hushed tones of the other guardians and a pact made in the time before memory. Could this broken dwarf be speaking truth? If what you say is true, why has my clan never been called to this duty?" she asked. "Because the risk was too great," Durgan replied. "The Ancient Ones feared that if both halves of the seal were ever brought together outside the conjunction time, its power might be misused. So they created the hatred between our peoples, ensuring we would remain apart except in the direst need." He gestured to the night sky visible through the canopy, where 3 moons hung in dangerous proximity. "And now that need is upon us." A haunting cry echoed through the forest, a sound like no animal Lorindel had ever heard. The branches of the ancient trees shuddered as though in fear. "They followed me," Durgan whispered, struggling to rise. "The shadow hunters, They will stop at nothing to prevent the seal from being completed. Lorindel's decision was made in that instant. Whether the dwarf spoke truth or delusion, something unnatural approached, something that made the very forest tremble. She helped Durgan to his feet. "The sacred grove lies 3 leagues hence," she said. "If there is elven knowledge of this seal, it will be kept there." Dawn broke as they reached the heart of the primeval forest, where trees older than elven civilization itself formed a natural cathedral. The canopy above was so dense that the forest floor existed in perpetual twilight, illuminated only by glowing fungi and the bioluminescent flowers that carpeted the ground. Durgan, leaning heavily on his hammer-turned walking staff, gazed upward in undisguised wonder. "Never did I imagine I would stand beneath these legendary trees," he murmured. Lorindel led him to the center of the grove, where a circle of 9 white trees surrounded a pool of water so still it appeared to be glass. At the pool's edge stood a plinth of living wood, and upon it rested a crystalline hemisphere, a perfect match to the broken seal Durgan had shown in his projection. "The crescent of starlight," Lorindel breathed. "The matriarchs say it fell from the heavens in the time before time. We are sworn to protect it, though its purpose has been lost to the ages." Durgan approached reverently. "Not lost," he corrected, "deliberately obscured. This is the elven half of the Great Seal." As if responding to his words, both the crescent and Durgan's hammer began to glow with an inner light. Runes appeared on the surface of the water, forming words in an ancient language common to both their peoples before the sundering. Lorindel translated aloud. "When shadow threatens to devour all light, when the 3 sisters embrace in the night sky, the children of stars and stone must unite the divided heart." A rustle of leaves announced the arrival of others. Elven warriors materialized from the forest, bows drawn and arrows aimed at Durgan. At their head stood Eldrin Moonshadow, Lorindel's uncle and leader of the Nightshade clan. "Step away from the sacred relic, niece," he commanded. "The dwarf has bewitched you." "Uncle, you don't understand," Lorindel began, but Eldrin cut her off with a sharp gesture. "I understand perfectly. The ancient prophecies warned of this day, when a deceiver would come to steal the crescent and bring ruin upon our people." "Your prophecies are half-truths," Durgan growled, standing straighter despite his wounds, "as are ours. We've been kept divided by design." Eldrin notched an arrow. "The dwarf dies now." In that moment, the ground beneath them trembled. The pool's surface rippled as cracks appeared in the earth. From these fissures, tendrils of darkness emerged, the same shadowy entities that had slaughtered Durgan's clan. "The Shadow Hunters," Durgan whispered. "They've found us." The elven warriors turned their arrows toward this new threat, but their projectiles passed harmlessly through the writhing darkness. One by one, the elves were ensnared by the shadows, their life essence visibly draining away where the darkness touched them. Eldrin fell to his knees, his proud features contorted in pain as a shadow wrapped around his throat. "Lorindel," he gasped. "The archives beneath the pool." "The truth." Durgan smashed his hammer into the ground, sending a shockwave of blue energy rippling outward. The shadows recoiled momentarily, giving Lorindel time to dive into the now disturbed pool. Instead of water, she passed through a membrane of magic into a hidden chamber below. Ancient scrolls and artifacts lined the walls of the secret archive. With unerring instinct, Lorindel was drawn to a chest bearing both elven and dwarven markings. Inside lay a tapestry so old that it crumbled at the edges, yet its central image remained clear, an elf and a dwarf standing together, holding aloft two halves of a circular seal to contain a monstrous entity whose form seemed to shift even as she looked upon it. Understanding flooded through her. She gathered the tapestry and returned to the surface, where Durgan was fighting a losing battle against the encroaching shadows. "Ooh, the rivalry between our peoples is a lie," she called out, holding the tapestry high. "We are not enemies but counterparts, two halves of the same guardianship." The shadows paused in their assault, seeming to assess this new development. Eldrin, still held in their grip, stared at the ancient image with dawning comprehension. "The seal must be made whole," Durgan said, extending his hand to Lorindel. "Now, while the three moons align, it's our only chance." Lorindel took his hand without hesitation. Together, they approached the plinth where the crescent of starlight rested. Durgan withdrew the dwarven half of the seal from his pouch, a hemisphere of dark stone covered in runes that glowed with inner fire. "The children of stars," Lorindel said, taking up the crystal crescent. "And stone," Durgan finished, holding aloft the stone hemisphere. As they brought the two halves together, the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Light and shadow, crystal and stone, elven grace and dwarven strength, opposites united in perfect harmony as the seal became whole once more. A column of light erupted from the completed seal, shooting upward through the forest canopy to touch the three aligned moons. The shadow hunters shrieked in what might have been fear or rage as the light expanded, dissolving their dark forms wherever it touched. The forest itself seemed to sigh with relief as the last of the shadows vanished. Eldrin and the other fallen elves stirred, weakened but alive. Lorindel and Durgan stood side by side, the completed seal hovering between them, neither fully elven nor dwarven, but something greater than both. "The world devourer is contained," Durgan said softly, "for another 1,000 years at least." "And in that time?" Lorindel asked, looking around at her kinsman, who now regarded the dwarf with uncertainty rather than hostility. Durgan smiled beneath his bloodied beard. In that time, perhaps the children of stars and stone might remember that they were never meant to be enemies at all." Eldrin approached cautiously, his gaze moving between the seal and the ancient tapestry Lorindel had recovered. "It seems," he said slowly, "that we have much history to relearn. And new alliances to forge." Above them, the three moons began to part ways in the lightening sky, but the seal remained whole, pulsing with the combined magic of two peoples who had forgotten they were always meant to be one. Story 3. The silvery notes hung suspended in the night air like stars fallen to earth, weaving a pattern as complex as the constellations above. Phelan Dawnsong's fingers danced across her moonwood harp, coaxing forth melodies that no ordinary ears could fully comprehend. Before her, a wisp of spectral light, a minor spirit that had slipped through the growing cracks in the veil, writhed and twisted, seeking escape from the musical cage she crafted. "Return to your rightful realm," she whispered, her voice blending seamlessly with the music. The final notes of her binding song crystallized around the spirit, forming a glistening cocoon that contracted until the entity was no larger than a dewdrop. With practiced grace, Phelan captured the contained spirit in a crystal vial that hung among dozens of others around her neck, each glowing with imprisoned souls. The tranquil glade in the heart of Lumineth Forest, once a sanctuary of peace, now served as her hunting ground. Since the sundering 3 weeks prior, when the ground had shaken and the sky had torn open, with a sound like the gods themselves crying out in anguish, spirits had been leaking into the world of the living at an alarming rate. This was the 17th she had captured tonight alone. Phelan slipped the vial into place and rose from her kneeling position, her silver-embroidered blue robes flowing around her like water. The moonlight caught the intricate patterns woven into the fabric, ancient elven symbols of binding and harmony that enhanced her musical magic. Her pointed ears twitched at a distant sound, the bell towers of Aellerian, the crystal city, calling her to the High Council's chamber. She closed her eyes, feeling the pull of her homeland. Even in crisis, Aellerian remained the most beautiful creation in the known realms. Towers of living crystal that caught the light of moon and stars, reflecting it in patterns that changed with the seasons. The city sang its own music, a constant harmonic backdrop to elven life that had continued uninterrupted for 10,000 years. Until now. The High Council chamber formed a perfect circle at the heart of the tallest spire. 7 elven elders sat upon thrones carved from the heartwood of the first tree, their ageless faces grave. At the center of the room hovered a three-dimensional map of the known realms, magical light outlining mountains, forests, and the great chasm that separated the elven lands from the dwarven kingdom of Khazak-Dur. Elder Cylindra, her white hair crowned with star silver, beckoned Phelan forward. "The breach worsens," she said without preamble. "Our songs alone cannot mend the veil. The ancient texts speak of a power in the mountains of lamentation, the forge of souls, that may have the strength to repair what has been broken." "The mountains of lamentation lie beyond our borders," Phelan observed, her melodic voice carrying perfectly in the acoustically perfect chamber. "In the unclaimed lands?" "Indeed." Elder Cylindra's expression tightened. And the texts suggest that this forge can only be activated by the combined power of song and symbol, magic of both air and earth. The implication hung heavy in the silence that followed. "You wish me to seek help from the dwarves?" Phelan finally asked, unable to keep the disbelief from her voice. For as long as history recorded, elves and dwarves had maintained a cold distance, their magical approaches fundamentally opposed, elves channeling the fluid, ever-changing energies of air and light, dwarves binding power in stone and metal, unchanging and unyielding. "Not the dwarven kingdom itself," corrected Elder Morlith, his ancient hands curled around a staff of crystal. "Our sources speak of an exile, a rune maker cast out for practices his own kind deemed forbidden. He dwells in the foothills of the Lamentation Range." Phelan's heart quickened. "A necromancer, a speaker to the dead," Cylindra clarified. "His runes can communicate with spirits, perhaps even command them, if combined with your songs of binding. It might be enough to mend the veil," Phelan finished, understanding dawning. "The veil must be repaired before the crimson moon rises in 7 days," Elder Cylindra continued. "If not, the breach will become permanent and more than mere spirits will cross over." Phelan bowed her head, her mind already composing the complex melody that would guide her journey. "I will find this dwarf and secure his aid." The mountains of lamentation earned their name. Wind howled through stone formations carved by centuries of erosion, creating an eternal mournful song that played upon the nerves of any who ventured into their shadow. Few did, for the mountains were said to be haunted, not merely by ordinary ghosts, but by entities older than the races of the living world. Phelan followed the dissonant melody, her elven senses allowing her to pass meaning from what others would hear as mere noise. The mountains were indeed full of spirits, but they weren't merely haunting this place. They were drawn to something within. She found the dwarf's dwelling carved into the base of the largest peak, a door of black iron set with runes that glowed with a cold blue light. No handle or knocker adorned its surface. Phelan paused. then struck a perfect note on her harp that resonated with the frequency of the runes themselves. The door swung inward, revealing a workshop unlike anything in the elven realms. Where her people favored open spaces and natural light, this single chamber was crowded with tables bearing strange devices, walls covered in runic arrays, and shelves sagging under the weight of metal-bound tomes. The air smelled of iron filings and something else, an acrid scent that made the hairs on her neck rise. In the center of it all stood a dwarf, broad-shouldered and stocky as all his kind, but with an intensity in his amber eyes that Phelan had never seen in the few dwarves she'd encountered in her long life. His dark beard was braided intricately, metal beads inscribed with tiny runes woven throughout. He held a hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other, frozen in the act of carving a symbol into a slab of obsidian. "You're far from your crystal towers, elf," he growled, lowering his tools. "What brings a singer to the doorstep of Brunkill Iron Rune, the exiled, the shunned, the speaker of forbidden words?" Phelan straightened to her full height, nearly 2 feet taller than the dwarf. "The veil between worlds is torn. I am sent to request your aid in mending it." Brunkill's laugh was sharp and humorless. "Ah. So the High Ones finally notice what I've warned of for decades. The barrier weakens, and now they deign to seek the help of the very dwarf they called meddler in unclean arts." "My people did not exile you," Phelan countered. "No, but they happily agreed when my clan declared my research taboo." He turned back to his work, striking the chisel with deliberate force. The elves were quick to endorse the suppression of rune speech to the dead. "Unnatural," your emissaries called it. As if your songs that trap spirits in crystal cages are somehow more righteous. Phelan's hand instinctively went to the vials at her neck. "I contain dangerous entities that would harm the living, and I give voice to those who were silenced too soon." Brunkill set down his tools and faced her fully. "But you're right about one thing, Singer. The veil is not merely weakened but deliberately sabotaged. And if it isn't repaired by the Crimson Moon, worse than spirits will walk among us." Phelan stepped forward, her curiosity overcoming her caution. "You know what caused the breach." "I know who," Brunkill corrected, gesturing to a map pinned to one wall. Red marks formed a pattern across it, concentrated around a mountain peak marked with a symbol Phelan didn't recognize. Ydred, the cult of the primordial crown, has spent centuries working toward this moment, the return of the king god who ruled before elves sang their first note or dwarves struck their first stone. They set out at dawn, an unlikely pair, the tall, graceful elf with her instrument of living wood and silver strings, and the sturdy dwarf with his satchel of rune-carved stones and metal implements. Neither trusted the other fully, yet both understood the gravity of their mission. Their journey took them deeper into the mountains of lamentation, where the wailing of the wind grew louder and more distinct, almost like words in a language too ancient to comprehend. Spirits materialized with increasing frequency, some merely confused, others malevolent. Phelan would capture the hostile ones with her melodies, while Brunkill used his runes to communicate with those willing to provide information. "The cult's rituals grow stronger," he translated from a particularly ancient spirit, its form barely visible even to Phelan's enchanted sight. "And they draw power from both sides of the veil, using blood sacrifices to weaken the barrier." "Can this spirit tell us where to find the Forge of Souls?" Phelan asked, adjusting the tuning of her harp to better contain the increasingly powerful entities they encountered. Brunkill shook his head after another exchange of runic symbols. "The Forge isn't a place, it's a process. A combining of opposing magics that hasn't been attempted since the First Age. They made camp that night in a cave warded by both song and symbol. As Phelan played a gentle melody to keep watch while Brunkill slept, she studied the dwarf's features, softened in repose. The stories told in elven halls portrayed dwarves as greedy, stubborn creatures obsessed with material wealth. Yet this outcast had dedicated his life to communicating with the immaterial, the spirits beyond the physical realm. "You're staring, singer," Brunkill murmured, without opening his eyes, "counting my flaws to report back to your shining council." "I'm reconsidering assumptions," she replied honestly. "Your knowledge of the spirit realm rivals our most learned scholars, because I listen to the dead themselves, not merely study ancient texts about them." He sat up, fully awake now. "Your songs, they're not like the elven music I've heard before. There's something different in them." Phelan's fingers stilled on the harp strings. "I was born during an eclipse. My clan believes this connected me to the spaces between light and dark, life and death. A twilight elf," Brunkill nodded. "And I was born when a meteor struck the heart of our mountain, leaving a crater filled with star metal. My runes are forged from that same metal, neither fully of this world nor another." They regarded each other with new understanding, both outsiders, even among their own kind, both bridging worlds never meant to touch. The crimson moon rose on the seventh night, painting the world in bloody light. They had tracked the cult to an ancient amphitheater carved into the mountainside, where a circle of robed figures, both elves and dwarves, to their shock, conducted a ritual around a swirling vortex of spectral energy. At the center stood a figure taller than the rest, wearing a crown of black metal that seemed to absorb the crimson light rather than reflect it. In his hands, he held a staff, topped with a crystal that perfectly matched the vials around Phelan's neck. "The High Priest," Brunkill whispered, crouched beside Phelan on a ridge overlooking the scene. "He wears the primordial crown, a relic said to contain the thoughts of the king god himself." Below, the vortex grew, spirits pouring through from the other side. But these were no ordinary ghosts. They carried with them pieces of the landscape from beyond, transforming the stone around them into something alien and wrong. "The veil isn't just tearing," Phelan realized with horror. "The realms are merging." Brunkill nodded grimly. "And once they fully merge, the king god can return in physical form." They had planned to reach the Forge of Souls, which they now understood was a ritual site higher in the mountains, but there was no time to seek it out. The merging had progressed too far. "We must attempt the forge here," Phelan decided. "Your runes, my songs, we must try to channel them together, without the proper focal point." "It could kill us both," Brunkill warned, but his hands were already reaching for his runic stones. "Better to die trying than live in the world they're creating," Phelan replied, positioning her harp. As the cultist chanted and the vortex grew, Phelan began to play, not the containing melody she normally used for spirits, but something new that came to her fingers unbidden. Brunkill spread his runestones in a circle around them, the symbols beginning to glow with the same rhythm as her music. Something unexpected happened. Where her notes hung in the air, his runes rose to meet them, the symbols transforming into sound, the sounds crystallizing into symbols. Their magics, rather than merely combining, were transforming into something entirely new, neither elven nor dwarven, but a third type of power that had no name in either tongue. Below, the high priest sensed the disruption. He turned, raising his staff toward them. "Destroy the interlopers," he commanded, his voice carrying unnatural power. Cultists and spirits alike surged toward their position, but the barrier of song runes surrounding Phelan and Brunkill repelled them. The dwarf and elf stood back to back now, her playing and his runic casting falling into perfect synchronization. "The vortex!" Phelan called above the rising magic. "We must close it from within." Brunkill understood without further explanation. Together, they directed their combined power, not against the cultists, not even against the spirits pouring through, but into the heart of the vortex itself, seeking the patterns that would reweave the torn veil. The high priest screamed in rage, the primordial crown blazing with dark fire upon his brow. He thrust his staff into the vortex, attempting to counter their magic with his own. The king, God, comes. None can prevent his return. In that moment, as their magics clashed at the center of the vortex, Phelan and Brunkill saw it. A presence on the other side, vast beyond comprehension, pressing against the weakened barrier between worlds, ancient beyond reckoning, powerful beyond measure. The king god reached toward the opening with appendages that seemed to bend reality itself. "Together!" Brunkill shouted, taking Phelan's free hand in his. The touch completed a circuit between them, their opposed magics flowing through each other in perfect harmony. The song runes multiplied, weaving a new pattern that spread across the tear in reality like stitches closing a wound. The vortex contracted, the alien landscape receding, spirits were pulled back through or dissipated entirely. The high priest howled in despair as his connection to the entity beyond was severed, the primordial crown crumbling to dust upon his head. As the last of the breach sealed itself, a shock wave of power radiated outward, knocking cultists to the ground and shattering the crystal atop the high priest's staff. The vials around Phelan's neck shattered as well, releasing the spirit she had captured. But instead of attacking, they swirled around her and Brunkill in a protective dance before fading peacefully away, finally free to complete their journey beyond. In the silence that followed, Phelan and Brunkill stood in the center of the ruined amphitheater, still hand in hand, surrounded by the unconscious forms of cultists who would soon face justice from both elven and dwarven authorities. "The Forge of Souls," Phelan said quietly, looking at their still joined hands. "It wasn't a place at all." "It was us," Brunkill agreed, wonder in his gruff voice. "The joining of song and symbol, air and earth. Something new," she added, "something neither of our peoples anticipated." Around them, the first light of dawn began to break over the mountains of lamentation. For the first time in living memory, the peaks stood silent. The wailing wind finally stilled. Brunkill looked up at his elven companion, a slow smile breaking through his beard. "And I believe, singer, that we have much to teach both our peoples." Phelan's answering smile held the brightness of the rising sun, and many new songs and runes yet to create. In the distance, where their combined magic had sealed the veil, a shimmer remained in the air, not a tear or weakness, but a harmonic resonance that sang with both elven melody and dwarven stability. A new magic had been born in the world, one that would forever change the relationship between two peoples who had forgotten they were always meant to be complementary rather than opposed. The Song of Runes had only just begun. Story 4. The world burned in Aellerian's vision, not with destruction, but with life. Where others saw mere trees in the ancient grove of Silver Lake, he perceived pulsing rivers of verdant energy flowing through each trunk, swirling in patterns as unique as fingerprints. Moss-covered stones glowed with the sleeping consciousness of the earth itself. Even the air sparkled with motes of wild magic that drifted like luminous pollen on unseen currents. It had been 5 years since the Battle of the Thousand Arrows took his ordinary sight, when an enemy's enchanted shaft had pierced both eyes in a single, devastating moment. 5 years since he had awakened to discover that while darkness had claimed his physical vision, something far more profound had been granted in return, the ability to perceive the essence of magic itself. Aellerian knelt beside a withering oak whose magical signature flickered like a guttering candle. His slender fingers, calloused from decades of bowstring and blade, traced the fading patterns with growing concern. This was the 12th such tree he'd found this week alone. "What ails you, Ancient One?" he murmured, his melodic elven voice barely disturbing the sacred silence of the grove. The tree's magic recoiled from his touch, not in fear, but as if being pulled elsewhere, drawn away by some distant force. A horn call pierced the tranquility, 3 short blasts followed by one long note, the summons of the Elderleaf Council. Aellerian rose in a fluid motion, adjusting the enchanted cloth that covered his scarred eyes. Though he no longer needed his physical senses to navigate, the milky white orbs unsettled even his fellow elves, a reminder of vulnerability in a race that prized perfection. He gathered his yew-bow, its wood thrumming with generations of elven craftsmanship, and set off toward the heart of Silver Lake. The magical currents formed a map more detailed than any parchment could capture, guiding him unerringly through underbrush and across streams that would have challenged even the most keen-eyed ranger. The council awaited him in the spiral chamber, where the oldest tree in the forest had been shaped over millennia to form a living cathedral. 7 elven elders sat upon roots that curved to form natural thrones, their ancient faces grave beneath crowns of woven moonlight flowers. High Councillor Aellerian, whose silver hair had witnessed the turning of 1,000 seasons, extended her hand toward Aellerian. "Sight Mage," she addressed him by the title they had granted when his new abilities emerged. "You have felt it as well." Aellerian bowed deeply. The forest's magic ebbs, honored one. "It is being drawn away, as if by a distant lodestone. It is worse than we feared," spoke Councillor Thranduil, whose mastery of battle magic had once turned the tide against the Shadowkin hordes. "Our scryers have located the source. An ancient forge beneath the Crimson Mountains has awakened." Aellerian's concealed brow furrowed. "The dwarven lands. They have breached the old accords." "Not the dwarven kingdom itself," corrected Aellerian. "Something deeper and older. The grand forge of Azandir, built before our peoples drew their arbitrary borders. It was sealed at the end of the Age of Wonders, when magic grew too dangerous to wield unchecked." Another councillor, whose name was known only to the wind, unrolled an ancient map upon the table formed by intertwined branches. "The forge draws magic from all living things to fuel something we cannot fathom. At the current rate of drain, our forest will be barren within a fortnight. And you require my eyes," Aellerian stated, understanding dawning. "You alone can trace the magical currents to their destination," Aellerian confirmed. "You must journey to the Crimson Mountains and discover what has awakened the forge. And once found..." The elders exchanged glances heavy with unspoken concerns. "Our lore speaks of an eternal flame," Aellerian finally said, "the original fire from which all magic sprang. Legends claim its embers were scattered across the realms after the Great Sundering to prevent any one power from controlling magic itself. If the forge has been lit to rekindle this flame, then someone seeks to reshape the very nature of magic," Aellerian finished. "I will depart at dawn." The mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks stained the color of spilled blood by iron-rich stone that had given them their name. Aellerian paused at their foothills, following the pulsing current of stolen magic that flowed into their depths like a river running backward. 7 days of hard travel had brought him to this forbidding boundary between worlds. The last elven scout to venture here had returned a century ago, bearing wounds that never healed. His magical sight revealed a labyrinth of tunnels beneath the surface, some crafted by careful hands, others formed by forces beyond mortal understanding. The stolen magic flowed along these passages, growing stronger as it converged upon some central point deep within the mountain's heart. A sharp sound, metal striking stone, drew his attention to a narrow ravine. Aellerian moved silently toward it, the enchanted leather of his boots making no sound upon the loose shale. There, half concealed by an outcropping, stood a figure that barely reached his chest in height, but whose magical signature burned as bright as a bonfire against the mountain's cooler energies. A dwarf, but unlike any Aellerian had encountered in his 3 centuries of life. Where dwarven essence typically manifested as stolid earth tones and rigid patterns, this individual's aura writhed with crimson and gold symbols that constantly shifted and realigned themselves. In her hands, for Aellerian could now see it was a female dwarf, she held a hammer that struck at the mountainside with purpose rather than force. With each strike, runes flared to life on the stone, opening a doorway where solid rock had stood moments before. These were no ordinary runes. They seemed almost alive, responding to her will rather than following the rigid structures of traditional dwarven magic. "You might as well show yourself, elf," the dwarf called without turning. "Your kind may tread lightly, but magic leaves ripples that those with eyes to see can follow." Aellerian stepped forward, making no attempt to mask his approach. "Then we share an unusual gift, dwarf." "I am Aellerian of Silverlake." The dwarf turned, revealing a face weathered by hardship, yet still youthful by the standards of her long-lived race. Her beard, traditionally a source of pride among male dwarves, was trimmed short and interwoven with metal beads that glowed with suppressed power. Most striking were her eyes, amber flecked with gold that seemed to see beyond physical reality. "Dáin forjascura," she replied, measuring him with her gaze. "Exile of Khazad-dur, rune master of the forbidden syllables, and last keeper of the eternal flame." She gestured to a pendant that hung at her throat, a crystal vial containing what appeared to be a single dancing ember that pulsed in time with the magical currents flowing into the mountain. Aellerian's breath caught, "The eternal flame. Then you know why I've come. To stop the drain on your precious forest." Dáin's laugh held little humor. "And too late. The ancient forge awakens, and with it, the end of magic as your kind has hoarded it for millennia." "We have hoarded nothing," Aellerian countered, but even as he spoke, uncertainty colored his magical perception. The patterns of elven history he had studied since childhood suddenly seemed full of gaps and misdirections. Dáin struck the stone entrance one final time, causing it to swing inward into darkness that even Aellerian's magical sight couldn't immediately penetrate. "Come then, sight mage," she said, correctly identifying his role without being told. "If you seek answers, follow me into the depths. But be warned, what you discover may challenge everything you believe about your people's stewardship of magic." The passage descended at a gentle slope, ancient dwarven engineering ensuring perfect symmetry despite the eons that had passed since its creation. Aellerian followed Dáin, noting how the stolen magic from Silverlake and presumably other places flowed along the walls like luminous veins of quicksilver. "And your people sealed these halls," Dáin explained as they walked, her hammer occasionally striking sigils that illuminated their path with soft amber light. "Not mine. The truth of the forge was deemed too dangerous for either race to control. Yet you seek to control it now, Aellerian observed. Not control. Restore. Dáin's aura flickered with complex emotions, determination, righteousness, and beneath it all, a sorrow that seemed to have no bottom. The magic of the world is dying, elf. Not because it's being drained, but because it's stagnating under the weight of elven conservation and dwarven hoarding. They emerged into a vast chamber where the ceiling soared beyond even Aellerian's magical perception. At its center stood a structure that defied easy description, part forge, part altar, part living entity. The stolen magic converged here, pouring into a basin of what appeared to be liquid light. Around this central feature stood 12 figures in hooded robes, 6 tall, 6 short, elves and dwarves working together, their magical signatures deliberately dampened to avoid detection. The Council of Balance, Dáin explained softly. Heretics and visionaries from both our peoples who understand what must be done. One of the taller figures turned, lowering his hood to reveal features Aellerian recognized. Galathyl, an elven archmage believed lost during an expedition a century earlier. The sight mage, Galathyl acknowledged with a respectful nod. You've brought him, as foretold. Aellerian's hand moved to his bow. What conspiracy is this? You drain the lifeblood of Silver Lake for what purpose? To save it, replied one of the dwarven figures, her voice resonating with authority. And all magic besides. Show him, Flamekeeper. Dáin stepped forward, removing the crystal vial from around her neck. Within, the ember of the eternal flame pulsed more rapidly, as if recognizing its destination. Beam magic isn't meant to be contained and categorized, she explained, approaching the basin of light. It's meant to flow freely between all living things. When our ancestors divided it, elves claiming the magic of stars and sky, dwarves seizing the power of stone and forge, they disrupted the natural cycle. Aellerian's magical sight suddenly expanded beyond anything he had experienced before. The chamber, the mountain, the entire world seemed to unfold before him like a vast tapestry. He saw the truth of Dáin's words written in the very fabric of reality, magic fragmenting, weakening over millennia of separation. The prophecy speaks of blind eyes that truly see and hands that forge forbidden paths, Galathyl said. Together, they may rekindle what was divided or allow it to fade forever. Understanding crashed over Aellerian like a wave. The forge doesn't drain magic, it gathers it to be reborn. Yes, Dáin confirmed, standing before the basin now, the vial containing the last ember held reverently in her palms. But the choice must be made freely by representatives of both peoples who can see beyond ancient prejudices. That is why you're here, Sight Mage. To decide alongside me whether magic should be renewed or allowed to fade from the world entirely. The gathered council members, elves and dwarves who had transcended their people's ancient rivalry, stepped back, forming a circle around the basin. Dáin and Aellerian, some believed the age of magic should end, Dáin continued, her voice solemn. Yet that without it, our peoples might find different strengths, free from the crutch of power that has defined us. Others believe that magic renewed could forge a new covenant between all living things. The choice before us is not small. Aellerian approached the basin, his magical sight perceiving layers of possibility rippling outward from this moment. A world without magic would be dimmer, harder, but perhaps more equal. A world with renewed magic would be wildly unpredictable, barriers between peoples and realms forever altered. What does your heart tell you, dwarf? He asked softly. Dáin's aura flared with surprise at the question. That magic is neither good nor evil, but a force like water or wind. That it should flow freely, even if that means our peoples must change to accommodate its new paths. Aellerian removed the cloth from his scarred eyes, revealing them to the chamber. Several council members gasped, not at the damage, but at what they now saw. His empty sockets glowed with the same inner light as the basin before them. "Then let us reforge what was broken," he said, extending his hand to the dwarf. Their fingers intertwined, slender elven grace meeting dwarven strength. Dáin unstoppered the vial with her free hand, tipping the ember of the eternal flame into the basin. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world taking its first breath, the basin erupted in a column of pure, magical energy that engulfed both elf and dwarf. Where their hands joined, the magic swirled in patterns never before seen, neither elven nor dwarven, but something entirely new. The forge of Azandir blazed to full life, sending pulses of renewed magic outward along the paths that had previously drained the land. But now, instead of taking, it gave, magic transformed and reborn, no longer divided by arbitrary boundaries of race or tradition. In the heart of the Crimson Mountains, an elf who saw magic and a dwarf who forged forbidden paths stood as living conduits for a power older than their ancient quarrels. And as the magic flowed through them, reshaping itself and the world beyond, both knew their peoples would never again view each other as enemies, but as essential halves of a greater whole. The Guardians of the Flame had fulfilled their destiny, not by preserving the old ways, but by daring to forge something entirely new. Story 5. The crystal spires of Lunethil caught the first light of dawn, transforming the elven capital into a symphony of refracted color. From sapphire to amethyst, emerald to diamond, the towers gleamed like jewels set against the ancient forest that surrounded the city. Yet even as the morning painted this picture of serene beauty, Princess Elendel Silverleaf stood on her balcony with dread coiling in her stomach like a serpent. Beyond the eastern walls, beyond the protective embrace of the silverwood trees whose magic had shielded her people for millennia, darkness spread like spilled ink across the horizon. Not the darkness of night, but something fouler, a corruption that devoured light itself. 3 villages had already vanished beneath its advance, their inhabitants' voices silenced forever. Elendel's slender fingers closed around the moonstone pendant at her throat, the heirloom that marked her as heir to the Silver Mist throne. Since her earliest days, she'd been taught that her voice carried the power to calm the fiercest storms, to soothe the most troubled hearts. But what good was such magic against a shadow that consumed everything it touched? A soft knock at her chamber door interrupted her grim contemplation. "Enter!" she called, her melodic voice betraying none of her inner turmoil. Captain Arundel, commander of the Starleaf Guard, stepped inside and immediately dropped to one knee, his silver armor catching the light streaming through the tall windows. "To Princess, forgive the intrusion," he said, eyes downcast. "The palace has fallen." Elendel's heart froze. "What do you mean? We stand in the palace now. The shadow usurper struck in the night. Your father and mother," Arundel's voice broke. "They live, but they are no longer themselves. Their eyes are black as pitch, their words no longer their own. The court has already begun to turn." Understanding crashed over Elendel like a wave. The spreading darkness was no natural phenomenon. It was the physical manifestation of a coup that had been meticulously planned. Someone, or something, had taken control of the king and queen, and through them would soon command all of Lunethil. "We must flee, Your Highness," Arundel continued urgently, "while we still can. I have prepared an escape through the ancient tunnels beneath the library." Elendel's mind raced. To flee would be to abandon her people to whatever dark power now held the throne, but to stay meant certain capture, and with it, the extinguishing of any hope for resistance. "Where would you have us go, Captain?" she asked, already moving to collect her few essential belongings. A book of ancient elven spells, a silver dagger passed down through generations of her family, and a small pouch of stardust collected during the celestial alignment. Arundel hesitated, and in that moment, Elendel knew the answer would displease her. "The forges of Khazad," he finally said, "beyond the Iron Mountains. The Dwarven Kingdom." Elendel stopped, disbelief clear in her violet eyes. "Our ancient adversaries. You would deliver me from one enemy to another." "Not as enemies, Princess, but as supplicants. The legends speak of a dwarven prince with unmatched skill in forging enchanted metals. It is said he works in exile, having challenged his clan's traditions." Arundel's expression was grave. "If the rumors of the shadow usurper's nature are true, only weapons forged with both elven magic and dwarven craft stand any chance against him." Elendel closed her eyes briefly, the weight of decision heavy upon her. "Very well," she said at last. "Into the dwarves we shall go." The journey from the elven forests to the Iron Mountains took 7 perilous days. They traveled by night, hiding during daylight hours as the shadow of corruption spread farther across the elven lands. By the 3rd day, dark-winged creatures circled the skies, night wraiths, twisted perversions of the noble griffins that once served as royal messengers. On the 7th night, as they approached the foothills of the Iron Mountains, disaster struck. A pack of shadowhounds, beasts with pelts that seemed woven from darkness itself and eyes that burned like dying stars, ambushed their small party. In the chaos that followed, Captain Arundel fell, buying time for Elendel to escape with his final breath. Grief-stricken and alone, the elven princess continued her desperate climb into the mountains. Snow began to fall, the delicate flakes a stark contrast to the darkness pursuing her. Her thin elven cloak, designed for the temperate forest climate, provided little protection against the biting mountain winds. As dawn approached and her strength waned, Elendel stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a door carved directly into the mountainside, its surface covered in intricate runes that glowed with a faint blue light. No ordinary doorway, this entrance radiated ancient power that her elven senses could perceive clearly. With the howls of shadowhounds growing closer, Elendel placed her palm against the door and spoke in the ancient elven tongue. "By light and shadow, by star and stone, I seek sanctuary from that which hunts me." To her surprise, the runes flared brighter, and the massive door swung inward without a sound. Elendel stepped through just as the first shadowhound crested the ridge behind her. The door sealed itself immediately, cutting off the creature's haunting cry. She found herself in a vast cavern illuminated by crystals that emanated a warm amber light. The air was surprisingly comfortable, despite the winter raging outside, and the distant sound of hammers striking metal echoed throughout the space. She had found the legendary forges of Khazad. Movement caught her eye, a stocky figure approaching with purposeful strides, a war hammer gripped in one hand. The dwarf's beard was braided with metal beads that clinked softly with each step, and his eyes burned with the intensity of a forge fire. "An elf," he growled, his deep voice reverberating in the cavern, "walks willingly into the mountain, either very brave or very desperate." He stopped several paces away, regarding her with open suspicion. "Which is it, forest child?" Elendel straightened to her full height, a good 2 feet taller than the dwarf before her. "I am Princess Elendel Silverleaf, heir to the Silver Mist throne of Lunathil. And yes, I am desperate. My kingdom falls to shadow even as we speak." The dwarf's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in his eyes, recognition, perhaps, or a shared understanding of lost homelands. "I am Thorin Iron Fist," he replied after a moment. "Once Prince of the Iron Halls, now exile and mastersmith of the solitary forge." He lowered his hammer slightly. "What business brings an elven princess to beg help from a dwarven outcast?" "I do not beg," Elendel said, her voice taking on the musical quality that was her birthright. The air around them seemed to shimmer as her power manifested. "I seek an alliance. My magic of voice and air, combined with your mastery of metal and earth, together we might forge weapons capable of fighting the darkness that threatens to consume not just my realm, but eventually yours as well." Thorin's bushy eyebrows rose. "Pretty words. But our peoples have been enemies since the breaking of the old world. Why should I trust you?" In answer, Elendel reached into her pouch and withdrew a small object wrapped in silk. Carefully, she unwrapped it to reveal a shard of crystal that pulsed with inner light, blue one moment, fiery orange the next. "The Twilight Shard," she said simply. Thorin's breath caught audibly. "A fragment of the Dawn Stone," he murmured, all hostility vanishing from his tone. "The ancient texts speak of it, forged in the first fires of creation, then shattered during the war between our ancestors. Half its pieces went to the elves, half to the dwarves." "Yes," Elendel confirmed, "this piece has been passed down through my family line for generations. We were told that if ever the shadows of the first evil returned, we should seek those who guard the other fragments. The prophecy speaks of the union of the fire of the mountain and the light of the forest as the only hope against the coming darkness." Thorin was silent for a long moment, his gaze never leaving the Twilight Shard. Finally, he turned and gestured for her to follow. "Come, Princess, there is much to discuss, and if what you say is true, precious little time to do so." Deep within the mountain, Thorin's private forge blazed with supernatural heat. Unlike the communal forges of the dwarven kingdoms, this workshop was a fusion of traditional craftsmanship and experimental magic. Runes carved into the very walls pulsed with power, and the tools arranged with meticulous precision spoke of a master who had transcended the conventional boundaries of his craft. "The Shadow Usurper," Thorin said, examining a piece of blackened wood that Elendel had carried from her homeland, a fragment of a tree consumed by the spreading darkness. "The signs match our oldest warnings. Not a mere conqueror, but a vessel for something ancient and malevolent." "A corrupted guardian," Elendel added, recalling the forbidden texts she had studied in the royal library. "You'd one of our own, transformed by a fragment of the Twilight Stone, not a shard of light like mine, but one tainted by exposure to the void between worlds." Thorin nodded grimly. "The Dusk Fragment. My people have records of its disappearance from our vaults 3 centuries ago. We assumed it stolen by your kind, and we thought the same of you," Elendel replied with a rueful smile. "And how easily we believed the worst of each other." The dwarf prince turned to a locked cabinet in the corner of his forge. From it, he withdrew a metal box engraved with protective sigils. When opened, it revealed another shard of crystal, identical to Elendel's, except for the colors it emanated, deep crimson and earthen brown, the colors of mountain and forge. "My family's shard," he explained, bringing it closer to Elendel's piece. As the 2 fragments neared each other, they began to pulse in unison, their lights intermingling in a dance of complementary energies. "They recognize each other," Elendel breathed, watching the display with wonder. "As perhaps our people should have continued to do," Thorin replied quietly. The histories tell us that elves and dwarves once worked in harmony before pride and misunderstanding drove us apart. A distant rumble shook dust from the ceiling, interrupting the moment. Thorin's expression darkened. "That was no natural tremor," he said, quickly securing both shards in their respective containers. "Something approaches, something that should not be able to penetrate the mountain's defenses." Ellendel's face paled. "The shadow usurper, it's tracked me here. Then we have no more time for history lessons," Thorin declared, strapping his warhammer to his back and gathering various implements from around the forge. "If we are to have any hope of stopping this darkness, we must begin the forging immediately." "But I know nothing of smithcraft," Ellendel protested. "And I know nothing of elven voice magic," Thorin countered. "Yet the prophecy says we need both. We will learn together, or we will fail together." Another tremor, stronger this time, sent tools clattering to the floor. "The fire of the mountain," Thorin said, taking Ellendel's hand and placing it on the forge's bellows, "and the light of the forest." He gestured to her throat, where her inherited magic resided. "Together, perhaps we can reforge what was broken long ago, not just a weapon but an alliance." As darkness pressed against the ancient mountain and threatened to devour all in its path, an unlikely pair, an elven princess whose voice could calm storms and a dwarven prince whose hammer could shape enchanted metals, stood before the forge of destiny. Their peoples had been divided by millennia of distrust, but in this moment, as the twilight shards pulsed in harmony and the forge fires blazed higher, something new was being born. The prophecy had foretold their meeting, but what it hadn't revealed was that the greatest magic would not come from crystal shards or enchanted weapons, but from the breaking of ancient prejudices and the forging of bonds stronger than any metal or spell. Elendel took a deep breath and began to sing, her voice weaving patterns of magic into the very air. Thorin's hammer struck in perfect rhythm with her melody, each blow sending sparks of possibility into the future. The alliance of heirs had begun. Story 6. The heavens wept fire on the night that changed everything. A star, impossibly bright and trailing azure flame, carved the sky in two before crashing into the contested borderlands where the Silver Forest met the Adamantine Mountains. The impact shook both kingdoms to their foundations, toppling ancient trees in the elven realm of Silverhaven and causing deep tremors that resonated through the dwarven halls of Ironheart. Neither King Elendel Dawnwhisper nor King Drogmere Stoneshield knew that the celestial visitor was no mere star, but a fragment of the fallen god Aetheron, harbinger of an age-old prophecy about to unfold. Prince Therion stood on the alabaster balcony of the moonlit palace, his silver-flecked eyes fixed on the horizon where an eerie blue glow now pulsed. His platinum hair, braided with crystalline beads that captured starlight, swayed in the warm night breeze. The royal advisors had warned against venturing to the impact site, but tomorrow's war council would decide their course of action. For centuries, the elves of Silverhaven had protected their enchanted woods from dwarven axes and mining operations, each generation passing down tales of dwarven greed and brutality. "The star falls on the eve of your naming ceremony, my prince," said Lorindel, the royal seer, her voice like wind through summer leaves. "The auguries speak of change, of bonds forged in celestial fire." Therion's jaw tightened. "The only bonds I wish for are the ones that will finally secure our borders. Too long have we suffered the dwarves' encroachment. 100 miles away, beneath the vaulted stone ceilings of Ironheart's great forge, Princess Moira Stoneheart hammered furiously at a red-hot piece of star metal, each strike sending sparks cascading over her leather apron. Her auburn hair was pulled back in tight braids, woven with golden rings, revealing the intricate rune tattoos that traced her temples, marks of her status as both royal heir and master smith. "You'll break your anvil before you break that metal, princess," rumbled Thrakmir, the ancient battlemaster who had trained her since childhood. Moira wiped sweat from her brow, leaving a smudge of soot. "This metal fell from the sky into our lands. If it has properties we can use against the tree dwellers, I mean to discover them. Your father has called for a war council. The elves are already sending scouts to the crash site." Her hammer paused mid-strike. "Then we must claim it first." That night, destiny converged as both heirs defied their councils and secretly journeyed to the impact crater. The forest between their kingdoms had been transformed, trees uprooted and scorched, earth glowing with unearthly blue light, and shadowy creatures slithering at the periphery of vision. At the crater's center sat a crystalline object no larger than a child's fist, pulsating with inner light. Therion and Moira reached for it simultaneously. "Remove your hand, dwarf," hissed Therion, fingers hovering inches from the crystal. "These lands are claimed by Ironheart," Moira countered, her stocky frame tensed for conflict. "Back away, elf, before I separate those pointed ears from your head." Neither backed down. Their fingers touched the crystal at the same moment, and the world exploded in blinding light. When they awoke, the crystal had vanished, leaving behind an invisible chain that bound them together. Any attempt to move more than 10 paces apart caused excruciating pain that dropped them both to their knees. Their mutual horror turned quickly to rage, accusations flying like poisoned arrows. "What foul magic is this?" Moira demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for her axe. "If anyone has employed treachery, it is you and your kind," Therion shot back, though doubt crept into his voice. Their argument attracted the shadow creatures, twisted forms with too many limbs and eyes that reflected no light. Fighting back-to-back out of necessity, the heirs discovered that their weapons glowed with the same azure light when wielded in tandem. Each synchronized strike banished the creatures to smoke and whispers. "We need answers," Therion admitted grudgingly as dawn broke. "For once, we agree," Moira said, wiping black ichor from her battle axe. Returning to either kingdom was impossible. Each would be immediately imprisoned or executed in the other's realm. Instead, they sought the only neutral party in the disputed lands, the blind oracle of Mistwood Vale, a figure both revered and feared by elves and dwarves alike. The journey through the transformed borderlands tested their forced alliance. Where once stood familiar forests and hills, now lay a landscape remade by celestial magic, floating islands of earth, rivers that flowed upward, and ancient ruins exposed by the earth's upheaval. The shadow creatures grew bolder with each passing day, their attacks more coordinated. At night, huddled by necessity near their campfire, initial silence gave way to grudging conversation. "Your swordsmanship is adequate," Moira conceded on the third night, sharpening her axe with methodical strokes. "For an elf?" Therion raised an eyebrow. "And you move surprisingly quietly for one who seems carved from the mountain itself." Slowly, histories emerged. Therion spoke of the elven remembrance rituals that preserved memories of dwarven mining operations destroying sacred groves. Moira recounted dwarven songs of elven archers slaughtering mining expeditions without warning or mercy. "My father lost 3 brothers to your kind's arrows," she said, firelight catching the pain in her eyes. "And my mother's ancestral grove, trees 5,000 years old, was reduced to stumps by dwarven axes," he replied, fingers tracing the silver leaves embroidered on his tunic. On the 7th day, they reached Mistwood Vale, a perfect circle of mist-shrouded trees in perpetual twilight. At its center sat the oracle, a figure of indeterminate age or race, eyes covered with a cloth embroidered with cosmic symbols. "The bound heirs arrive," the oracle said before they announced themselves, "carrying the seed of truth in unwilling hearts." "We seek to break this curse," Moira stated firmly. "What you call curse, the heavens name opportunity," replied the oracle, head tilted as though listening to distant music. "The Song of Two Crowns has begun its first verse." The oracle revealed that the fallen star was no accident, but the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. "When hatred blinds the children of Aellerian, his tear shall fall to remind them of their shared blood." Bound by celestial chains, the sundered houses must relearn the song that once united them. "Shared blood. Preposterous," scoffed Therion. "Elves and dwarves have always been separate peoples." The oracle's smile held ancient sorrow. "Follow the forgotten road to the Temple of First Light. There the truth awaits, if you have courage to see it." The forgotten road appeared as they left Mistwood Vale, a pathway of luminous stone visible only by moonlight. It led them through perilous terrain where reality itself seemed to fracture, showing glimpses of a world before the sundering. Massive cities where tall and short figures worked side by side, creating wonders that surpassed anything in the present age. Meanwhile, both kingdoms had declared states of emergency. The shadow creatures, void wraiths, the oracle had named them, poured from the impact site in greater numbers. Ancient defenses long dormant awakened in both realms, but functioned at only half their power. In war councils and throne rooms, the mystery of the missing heirs deepened the crisis. After 2 weeks of travel, Therion and Moira reached the Temple of First Light, a structure half buried in a mountainside. Its architecture blending elven grace and dwarven solidity in impossible harmony. Inside, wall carvings told a forgotten history, not of two races, but one people who had mastered both earth and forest magic. A terrible civil war, started by two power-hungry siblings, had driven the ancient Aellerian to divide themselves, each side cultivating different aspects of their heritage until they became physically distinct over generations. In the temple's heart stood two thrones facing each other, carved from the same stone. Between them, suspended in a beam of light, hovered a crystal harp missing half its strings. "The harmony harp," Therion whispered, recognizing it from fragments of elven legend. "The earth song lyre," Moira countered, recalling dwarven ballads of a mythical instrument. As they approached, their bound spirits pulled them forward in perfect synchronicity. In that moment of alignment, a vision opened before them. The past unfolded in all its tragic glory. They witnessed the sundering of their people, the deliberate falsification of history, and the prophecy that one day, two bound heirs would restore what was broken. When the vision faded, they found themselves seated on the thrones, the invisible chain between them now a visible cord of light. The harp floated before them. "It's missing strings," Moira observed. Therion nodded slowly, a realization dawning. "And we must forge new ones. Together." Using Moira's smithing skills and materials from both their realms, elven moonsilver and dwarven heart iron, they forged new strings while learning an ancient melody that resonated in their shared blood. Each string they replaced strengthened the barriers, holding back the void wraiths, creatures born from the hatred and division of their peoples. As they worked, messengers from both kingdoms finally tracked them to the temple, bearing news of impending doom. The armies of Silverhaven and Ironheart had mobilized for what would be the final battle, even as shadow creatures threatened to overwhelm both realms. "We must return," Therion said, looking into Moira's eyes and seeing not an enemy, but kin. Together, she agreed, clasping his arm in the ancient warrior greeting of the Aelleri. The bond between them had transformed, no longer a curse, but a reminder of their shared heritage. As they completed the final string of the harp, they understood the true meaning of the Song of Two Crowns. Not two kingdoms in opposition, but two halves of one crown that had been broken long ago. They rode back toward the battlefield, the completed harp strapped between them, its strings humming with power that kept the shadow creatures at bay. They would face their greatest challenge yet, convincing two kingdoms locked in generations of hatred that they were never meant to be enemies at all, but families separated by ancient lies. The song had begun. Whether it would end in harmony or discord would depend on the courage of two heirs who had learned to see beyond the divisions of the past, toward a future where the children of Aetheron might once again stand united against the true darkness that had always waited at the edges of their world.